Happy Monday, everybody. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. I hope you're all having a great Monday so far today. It's early. Eve, Zal, Kim, Tom, Panda. How's everybody doing? If I missed you, good morning. I hope you're all doing well. It's early. We're starting early. Daughter's already at school. Son does not have school today, so I figured I would just start instead of sitting around for another hour plus before I started. So, there's that. The rest of the week is really weird because daughter doesn't start school until 10. So that's neat. So we'll figure out what's going on then. So I don't know. Anyway, we're going to do some Satisfactory today. We're going to work on the big factory. I did realize that I need to have water there, and I was going to do some more fluid trains. However, it's sitting on the water, so I just started putting down some water pumps, and then realized I should probably do a water tower if I'm going to do that. So just started like vaguely laying out some stuff, and then we'll finish that up today. I also need to make a new production line for copper sheets. That's really going to be a thing. Copper sheets, copper wire, and cable are going to be a big thing that we need to ship to the new factory. So, yeah. New guy starting today. I checked his LinkedIn. He's a baby. He graduated college in 2022. Oh, boy. Weirdo school schedule. Yeah, apparently the seniors have testing. So, in order to give them the most conducive to testing environment possible, they just have the rest of the kids come in late. So, I don't know, man. They didn't do that when I went there. Would have been nice. Poor students coming back to Minnesota from their spring break for a foot of snow. Yeah, that's gross. They've canceled school there entirely ahead of the impending doom storm. Is there a storm coming? I have a wind advisory today. There's going to be rain today, and then it's going to get cold. Oh, that's about it. I guess that's not making it all the way up here. The difference is these kids have potential. Gonna pour and be windy. Yeah. There's a storm coming. Well, not here. I guess it's swinging back off the coast then. I mean, we're getting like half an inch of rain, and it's going to be super windy, but maybe I'm just like the edge of it or whatever. So, a couple hours north of you got 3 feet of snow. Super high wind, and it's going to drop like 20 degrees in the next hour or so. Oh. Hi, Kimby. That sounds awful. That sounds awful. In pretty much every way. So, happy Monday. Yeah, there's that. So, anyway, with the weird schedule for the rest of the week, I'm probably going to pop on to After Hours tomorrow at some point. Wife boat is home, so I don't know if she's going to take daughter to school at 10, or if I'll do that and then pop on to After Hours afterwards. We might mess around, like really mess around on After Hours the next couple streams or something. I'm kind of... I might do a little Slay 2, or we might do a little, like, Overwatch, or maybe Siege, or something. Just a little something to mix it up. But, we'll see. But that's going to be on the Backwards channel, so not on here. But we should have... I think we should have a normal stream on Wednesday, and then a normal stream on Friday, so... probably. Anyway. So, alright, let's get into it and look at what we got to get done. Because it's early. So we need to get an early start. So, oh god, I ran. Oh. Whoa. Here we go. Okay, that was scary. That was scary. Alright, so I put some water extractors here on the ends, because I was thinking about what I need to do for the side panels of the factory. And I'm going to do a water tower on both sides. So one of the things that you can do with fluids in Satisfactory is, if on a loop, basically when you have one continuous loop of water or any other fluid, you have to pump it to the highest point of that loop, and then it will be able to populate every other part of that. Even if you go back up, as long as you don't go back up above the point that you were pumped to before. So one of the things that you can do is create a water tower where you pump the water all the way up above the height that you could possibly need water, and then you bring it back down, and then you can run your pipes wherever, and you don't need to put any other pumps on them. So that's what we're going to do here, and that's what we're going to do on the other side as well. We'll do it just on this side for now. But I need to get that. I want to get this finished up. So that's going to run from these. It's going to run from the extractors through here, and then up the back side of this panel. So those will pump up and up. And then, yeah, it's really fun. Or if you could ride the tubes, that would also be really fun. So then that'll wrap over, and then we're going to stack it into a 2/2 column like this. And then that's going to come over this way to this line. And that is going to run all the way over next to where we put the elevators. I still need to do the rest of the structure on this. The rest of the fascia. So that's going to run over here. And that will go up the side of the factory next to the elevators, next to the window feature that we created on the second floor, which will most likely be mirrored on the following floor. So we'll be able to run water all the way up to whatever floor we need. I'm thinking this is probably going to be the top floor. That's what I'm vaguely planning on. So the outside ones will continue their journey up. The inside ones will stop at this floor. Otherwise, it'll be awkward trying to break those off. So that's loosely the plan. We'll do the same thing. We'll have another water tower over there on that side. And do the same thing up the side of that elevator over there. Dread, what's going on? Wasn't paying attention. Can you please repeat? Yeah. So that is basically the plan. I need to get the rest of this building done. At least get the floors done. You know, so we have a vague idea of where we can put machines and whatnot. So that's what we're going to work on. I am out of copper sheets in my inventory. So I will have to go get some more copper sheets. Once we get this done and looking okay, we're going to head off to some new copper nodes. Either we're going to tap into, if you see way in the distance over there, that guy. That's my copper powder plant. So there are a couple more copper nodes over there. So I might tap that and create another train station and just have copper sheets being made over there. But whoa. With a dash of abandonment. I think that's most people, Panda. Really. Like, I enjoy this part of it. That's the biggest part of why I enjoy this game is this part. Is making stuff and messing around with how things look and whatnot. So that's what's fun for me. All right. Let's scooch over. I got to go back over to that factory and grab some copper sheets. Once we get the pipes and all that stuff done, we'll figure out what we're gonna do here. What train are you? You're the circuit board train. You're not going where I need you to go. So I also have a station. We swapped over the big station in here, which actually is it? It's 4 cars, right? I think 4 cars is typically the largest station that I make. I always make things look good. I mean, obviously. It's a gift, you know? Just like me. Alright. Do I need anything from here? I don't think so. Where are my copper sheets? Are on this floor. I have some going into the cloud, but not enough. Not enough, because I was making a lot of pipes. Oh, I don't have some. I had some in the cloud. But I ran out. Because they're not plugged into the cloud. I was putting them up there manually. Alright. We've got that. We've got that. Alright. That should be good. You know, of all the random emotes I've made of random screenshots of streamers, that Billy one might be my favorite. Particularly that moment of just abject confusion and inability to read the screen was magnificent. Okay, so we'll get the rest of these pipes done. Get those run over. We'll clean up how the... water extractors look. Make it look like it's attached to the factory, not just sitting alongside it. And then we'll go look at getting copper sheets made and shipped. We do have some stuff is on our vertical belts here, you can see. We've got aluminum. We got aluminum casings and sheets and copper powder. We've got circuit boards. We've got rubber. We've got plastic. Soon all of these will be full. All of them. And it'll be glorious. It works so nicely with the ellipses, yeah. By the way, remember how I have mentioned that Twitch doesn't really like when you have emotes that have letters in them? Because some people have mentioned, I forget what one I have some in Discord that have letters in them, like the SMRT one, and so they do not, Tom. In the partner Discord, a flurry of partners had like W's, as well as just anything like a sign holding up a W, or like somebody doing an L, and those have been removed. So they're very finicky about it. If it's anything that could maybe be used or construed in a different manner or combined with other emotes to spell things out, it's... I don't know. They're so inconsistent with it. Like, it's silly. But hype ones Hype ones and ones like that should be fine. It's the ones that have single letters they really do not like. And they will eventually remove. And the extra just booty cheeks part of it is you then lose automatic emote approval for 90 days. Which isn't a huge deal. It's just so annoying. So massively annoying. Yeah, so that F1 panda may end up getting tagged. That's one that may end up having issues. That one definitely. There's people were posting pictures of ones just like that, Scuzzy, that got removed. Oh. Leland. Let's go. What percentage of the planet have we paved over already? Not as much as you'd think. That's the Twitch WoW emote. Nice. Nice. Love to see consistency and enforcement, you know? Always brings a smile to my face. What? Oh, I do have to stagger these, that's right. Bob, good morning, bud. People could spell out rude words. Yep. That's their argument. They've also been removing people's emotes. Like people have been making canceled emotes. So like take the one that I have where it's my face in black and white, and then they put like a red X in it and call it like canceled, which is really funny, and I was thinking about doing. But now they've been, yeah, just like that, Dread. Yep, those have been getting, those emotes have been getting canceled. So, you know, that's just what I saw over the weekend. I rarely check in with that Discord anymore. But, yeah, that's happening. Imagine having memes. Can't do it. The internet is over anyway, yeah. Social media and AI killed it. Yeah. Gen AI killed the internet star. By the way, if you keep up on general news, this is not demonetized news. This is others. Hyperscape emotes, because that company, that publisher paid so much money for that event, Bob, to have permanent global emotes for their game that I don't think lasted more than 2 weeks. The great and wonderful establishment known as BuzzFeed, who famously 2 years ago fired essentially all their staff and replaced them with Gen AI, has announced a loss of north of $50 million this year. Their stock price has gone from in the $40 range per share to 70 cents. And they do not know if they are going to survive the next quarter without filing for bankruptcy. So, what they're going to do is make a new AI app. So to solve the issue, they're going to double down. That should work, right? 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 Charlotte, hello. Okay. Nothing could possibly go wrong. That's too far away? Are you serious? Wait, are these too far away? No. Thank God. Not zero, they can fall further. They absolutely can, yeah. Don't you worry. So you're saying there's a chance. Happy Monday, Charlotte. I hope you had a good weekend. Mine was a weekend. I probably should have checked that before I committed to that spacing, huh? Thank you for the alert, Kimby. Drive into the office. Sounds boring. Drive safe. Double their value from 77 to $1.50. Yeah. And that's how you get a raise. Okay. So that's there. I want to get rid of that. How do I want to do this? Well, I could do a half foundation, right? What if we do a half C's like that style? Then an upside down one, maybe. Yeah. Yep. You know, why aren't there... Oh, wait, you know what? Hold up. Hold everything. I was gonna say, why can't there be half segment roofs? But I could just slide this over. Like that. Then we could just close this back up, actually. Then what do I put here? There, I can do this guy. Oh, not really, huh? Clips in too much. What can I put there? A big frame pillar. Yeah, that works. Oh, then I can cheat these over. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Like that. And then I should be able to put those like that, which means I can just break this wall down. And leave it. You gotta keep it separated, you know? Okay. That'll work. There's no half ramp pieces, unfortunately, so... Like, there's half foundations, but there's not half ramps. Which is a little annoying. It is what it is. I could take this ramp away. And then... just match that up. So that it doesn't look quite so... unique. Oh, I could put something there. Like the ma'am. Sure. Sure. We could also throw down... Wait, how do the... Oh, hang on. I forgot about these. They added these, which are very interesting. Never know which side is the front of these. That one? It's invisible. Where did it... Why is it invisible? Alright, well, the hazard box is fine. Why is it invisible? It's there, but it's invisible. That's so weird. Can you put... Why can't you put... Wait, can I? Alright, I can. I was gonna say, why can't you put, like, light control panels on here? Because that's cool. It's the personal storage box by John Cena Incorporated. That... Let's move you higher, actually. School was canceled because of thunderstorms day. Huh. That's a big storm. Turns out Tom was right. It's a big storm. I guess we're just getting the very northern edge of it. Hail, tornadoes, all the fun stuff. Neat. Sounds like a lovely day. Yeah, we have a high wind warning. There we go. And we'll do this guy. Vinny, what's going on? Use a pipe stacker. Nah. There's a reason I'm not doing a pipe stacker. Because I'm pulling all of those out of there, so it doesn't much matter, but the pipe stackers don't get you the correct height from where I was running the pipes. So if you're running the pipes from the water up onto a 2-meter foundation, it makes it just off. Like, it makes it an annoying amount off for a lot of stuff. So I stopped using them for that because it really, really annoyed me. It really super annoyed me every time I tried to do it. So alright, that matches up with those. And we got a little mood lighting for our MAM area. I didn't run a hard drive or anything, right? I should probably select some of these recipes. Not like, I mean, not charcoal, because that's just terrible. But it's gonna rain. It's gonna rain all day here, but it's gonna be like 60, which that's not bad, you know. Can't complain about that. All right. Let's get this closed in, and then we're gonna go find a spot to start making copper sheets. Oh, I gotta finish. Right. I gotta finish that. I also gotta run power on this floor. Alright, for now, let me do this real quick. Just so I can hover. Will I get high enough? Yeah. Okay. So that should be taller than the ceiling. If you weren't here at the start, what we're doing is there's some processes that we're going to do in here that are going to require water. And there's some alt recipes that require water. So I want to have water available in this factory as well. So we're creating a water tower with the way fluids work in Satisfactory. If you pipe the water up above the highest point, you would need water. As long as it's on the same loop, you don't have to put pumps anywhere else. So you just pump it up. It's the same. It's essentially the same way that water towers work in the real world. Then you just gravity feed to everything else and it creates its own water pressure. It might snow in Atlanta. Why are all those belts not moving? They're not connected to any machines yet, Leland. Right now the trains are delivering stuff. But I don't have any machines here running. They ran for a little bit and filled up. I have storage containers for each one of those lines as well. And that's only half the lines. We've got 20 lines on this side. And then there's 20 lines on that side of the factory, which I haven't started delivering anything over there yet. I have to get all the things that I need first. Okay. So, now to do this and figure out how I'm going to transition from 4 wide into stacking. Which I might do down closer here. Yeet. So let's put you here, 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 here. Refuse to listen to science. I mean, that's not terribly wrong. Okay, so then let's go here, 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 and here. So the inside ones will just go straight. Then the outside ones. Nice. We'll do that. Hey, that worked out. That looks very nice. Okay. So then we can just do the 4 stack all the way up. Do. There. There. And there. Alright, let's see how this behaves. I want you to go higher. Ooh, maybe I can I put these on? Can I get you to sit on top? No. Oops. There we go. Cute. Put a water tank there? Nah. I'm not going to need all that much water. It's going to be more than enough. So. Okay, so I am gonna need another pump because these are not making it all the way up. Because those are only making it to right there. So I'm gonna put these right on this set. Okay. There's that. All right. That's all connected, so then let's get this closed in so that it looks nice. Unless, Leland, you have a special mat for that. Which, I mean, that could be the next hot product. You never know. You can make a lot of money off of something like that. Shame you can't make the pipes a giant rainbow gradient. You know, I could. If you made small pipe segments, FLCL, you could color them into a gradient. By the way, just throwing this out there, if you go to the Satisfactory Games subreddit, I think the top post right now is somebody made an iron factory, and the factory looks like a giant block of iron from Minecraft. It's ridiculous. The things that people make in this game are ridiculous. Yeah, for the most part, I assume people in my chat are not American. Says the creator of ridiculous things. Who? Whomst. My streams are very EU time zone friendly. They are. Do I want to do that? Yeah, probably. Let's do that. There's a Belgian capacity of 1 per chat. Yeah, that's actually true. It's in the Twitch TOS. A maximum allowance of 1 Belgian. Zeno, what's going on? Yeah, big same, buddy. It's a sleepy day, you know? It's a sleepy day. Alright, so let's do... this. One Belgian total or per capita? Let's not confuse the Americans. Shall we? Oh, why does that go to there, but that goes to there? Oh, wait. Slightly off. Is that one a little too far over? Oh, I could bump this one over. Yeah. I could bump this one over and then bump this one over slightly. Gotta tear the whole building down. Well, that's what happens when you do it before you have, like, a plan, you know? You can't bump these, which is so remarkably annoying that you can't nudge these freaking buildings. Isn't that where I had it? Or no? Where are you? You're like halfway between those two pipes. So you're going to go here. Right? Yeah. And then we got a nice, like, half foundation bump in between the two of those. So this pipe is going to move over. That's fine. All right. So then you, half foundation bump. Boom. And then it's inside it. Okay. So then we can tear down this corner. Much better. Everyone's 3 meters away from everyone else. I should move to Norway. That sounds lovely. It's still a little... I don't think I can get it to... At least, like, the building will be even. The pumps are just a little off. Even though I'm pretty sure that's mostly centered. Oh, no, it's off-center. You stupid. Need it to be like here. Oh well. Once it's closed in, it'll look mostly centered. It's fine. I'm fine. I don't need to redo the whole tower. It's fine. It's fine. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6 in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 12, so I can't necessarily even center it anyway. Without doing some shenanigans. So that's fine. If it wasn't for all the snow, well, yeah. There's that. I mean, there's, like, if you live in the southern part and right on the shore, then it's not quite as, you know. It most certainly was not fine. No, it's fine. It's an even number, so I can't have a one-panel thing be in the center. So it's fine. There's no way to fix it. Other than having to do, like, half foundations and cheating stuff over, which ends up being just supremely annoying. So I'm fine with not doing that. Do-do-do-do-do. So we do that. And then go there. Go there. Go there. Do I want to keep going up with the slant? I mean, it won't really hurt anything if I do that. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think I might get rid of these bottom windows. Post-lunch sleepies. Mm-hmm. I could make this a double wide walkway using the T's. I don't like that. So you need to be here. Here. I'm going to move this one over more. Still not quite enough. Desperately annoying. That is desperately annoying.
Just floating around tugboating people.
Bishop. Thank you for 80 months. That's too many months. That is many too many. Many too many months. Alright, that at least evens that up a little bit. They're not going to be equal, but it's an even number of foundations across, so I don't want to have to do half foundations and cheat stuff, so I'm just gonna do it this way. Do you go to Dunk's for an XL coffee and some munchkins? Did not gym today, so maybe skip the munchkins. It depends. Do you need munchkins today? There's some days that you just need some munchkins, you know? Some days just require munchkins. Yeah, I don't know that this is really the chat to posit those questions to, because, well, we are who we are. Why can't you do coated concrete walls? Can we talk about that? I want the walls to be able to be coated concrete. I want them to be shiny. Valentine's munchkins with the sprinkles. Ooh. Did somebody say shiny? Do we want to do... I mean, I could do like a... I could do chrome finish on this. Firefly animated series. Yeah, that's exciting. Okay, good morning. I mean, I'm always up at that time, Kay. That's just how I live my life. So, there's not a lot I can do for you there. Unfortunately. I don't know that it's a good time, but it is a time. It is definitely an time. Alright, there's that. I am going to close all that in, but I want to get this done first. I think I might actually flatten this off and not go that high. You're up at 4:50 to drive into the city today? Well, that's not fun. Maybe I'll do a solid roof. It was downpouring. Yeah, it's kind of gross out today. We'll do a corrugated roof on top of the water extractors. Whoa. Alright, so then I gotta close in underneath. That'll be fine. And then we'll need walls going up. I gotta figure out what we're gonna do wall-wise. Probably mimic what we've done on the front and the back, at least a bit. Alright, let me close in the bottom, and then call it there. This is probably just gonna be... Oops. This going all the way down. Then we'll put in the beams on the seams, as it were. Beams for seams. That one went too high, but anyway, that's what we'll do along the side, just for that lower part to close in where the station is. Playing bass flipper now? No. Okay, so then underneath, making the wreck look pretty. What wreck? Three should work. 3 will get it down to the level of the water. And I don't think we need to do more than that. All factories look like wrecks until you fix them up. I think they more look like factories. They look like industry until you make them look like factories, I guess. Would be the best way to describe it. Okay. That should do that. Still got to do the whole front of that. I got to finish off this. Let me fix this before I forget. There. There. Why you being weird there? There. Okay. This can actually go up to there. All right. So we'll finish that off that way. I know at least what we're doing. So, flour comes from a plant. Sugar comes from a plant. Chocolate comes from a plant. A cookie is a salad. I mean, I think I'll just do... Well, actually, no. I can just continue it, and then... we'll also do... clear glass all the way up by the pipes. Maybe I'll do... Mm-hmm. Yeah, my son's soccer club, he's not doing club soccer in the fall anymore because he's going to be doing the high school team, and they are aggressively trying to get him to sign back up every single day. Every single day I get another email saying, like, asking him to sign back up. It's pretty wild. There, or do I bring it up to there? I'll do it there. We need your money. Yeah, pretty much. No, I can just do, never mind. I can just do this. Yeah. No, it's 100% automated. They haven't started with the cash discounts yet. That will also come. Cash discount, yeah. They will absolutely end up offering to take some money off. Which is extra funny when they constantly complain that they're running so tight to budget, you know? They couldn't possibly make any more exceptions because just so tight to budget. Okay. Then we got this. Then we're gonna do this. That. Okay. Alright. That is good for now. Once I come to finish off the whole side of the factory, we're going to wrap that the fascia that we've done over here. We're going to wrap that around. We're going to kind of do a similar deal. Over here. You know, so this'll... That'll be there. And there, and we'll do the pillars, you know. And create the window boxes, as it were. Sliced cucumber is just a salad cookie. Gotta find a lead that's better managed? Yeah. Yeah. Most of the ones in the area are run by hedge fund owners. And they're acquiring other youth leagues and combining them into single ones. I'm not going to talk about it. So let me take a really quick break. It's been an hour and a half. I want to refill my coffee, and I need to ask a wife about something. So now's a great time to grab a drink, grab a snack, get up and move around if you can. Don't forget to take your meds if you haven't. I will be right back.
It's the hog hut, that does.
Oh, but that's quite a key for the hog hut. Why did he just smile like that? His face is Michael Cera. His voice is so not. Where did you get the key?
Where'd you get the key?
So if we're running around fragging bad guys on this rock, does that make it Fraggle Rock? It's bad. Bad. I apologize. I should apologize for that one. I apologize for that one. For one, because he was glistening wet and he was inside. I never trust a wet man. Uber got to 2 years. I apologize in advance to everyone. I'm done. Nikki, how's it going? Uber. Whoa! Oh! Oh, dragon! 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 I'm gonna be over here. That's dragon. That one's not dead. That one might be alive. That one might. Also, sweet gemberries.
I would like to see the baby.
Turn into Morris's head. Okay. Listen. So that redemption. Not that one. The show the baby redemption. That sound effect now wakes the baby up. Because she knows it's referencing her. And now here she is. Up from a nap and in my lap. So congratulations. She has been completely trained by chat to know when she is wanted. Sleepy babies. Can you fish in the nether? Like, should I get a fishing pole and bring a fishing pole to the nether? Maybe. I like you, Hecky. Ah! Oh. 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 Ow, fire. Why? Oh. Hungry. Hungry. Oh, oh no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I have found the worst place in the world. I have found the worst place in the world. This is the worst place I have ever been, ever. Nope, nope. Oh, multiple spiders. Oh, lots of spiders. I've made a huge mistake. Okay, you guys have fun. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. You seem like you're going through some stuff, so I'm gonna, if you'll just excuse, I'm gonna, no, we're gonna stay. Great, 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 great. Dive. Need to look at this command. Ooh. Suddenly ruins. Whoa. Hang on, I'm gonna surface.
A kind gesture.
.awoo. Thank you, Zelda, for the bits. .awoo. Look at him running around. Nintendogs is a little different than I remember. Look at his face. Look at his little face. Now we have to name it Bufu. Thought I was joking. This is absolutely what we're doing for the rest of the stream. Look at his little face. Look at the size of the ball. Aww, you gonna play with it? Oh, yeah. Oh. All right. Let's
I would like to see the baby.
delay the baby. Miss Planet Zoo streams. We'll probably do a Planet Zoo stream some point in the future. All right. I'm gonna leave this. We'll come back to all of this. I just wanted that to be roughly laid out so I know how to finish it off. So, what we're gonna do is go get more copper sheets made. That's gonna be the biggest thing. Why are these lights red? Oh, because they're tied into the... Oh, I gotta change that. They're tied into that switch that I put in. I didn't mean to change them all to red, and I don't want to isolate those lights, so... I was just doing this for giggles. We will turn on night mode, though. Night mode means the lights only turn on when it's nighttime. Okay. We built a zoo with no animals. Yeah, why? Copper. Copper. Where's my copper powder train? What train are you? Oh, my copper powder train's leaving right now. This is my plastic rubber one. It's a nature park. Right? That's quick where I train. You're not going where I need to go. I really got to get some production going here. But I have to get some more components sent over here. So from the old main factory, I've got four freight terminals that we can set to outbound. So we got to figure out what we're going to ship out of that one. It's probably going to be 17 hours from real production. Maybe more. I'll be honest, Bob. Probably more than that. I keep doing like little piecemeal parts of this and then getting distracted to go do something else. And then I'm like, oh, but I have to finish the floor so I can put stuff in, and then yeah. Anyway. Right? It's out of character. Alright, we're going to go this way. We're going to go over to our copper powder plant. Yeah, it's Hal changing the light bulb. It really is. How much you want to bet I get over here and then I don't have the stuff I need to make what I need? That'd be weird, right? That doesn't sound like me at all. Alright, here's our copper powder plant, which looks real nice, you know, and it's making a lot of copper powder. I don't remember how much, but a lot. So there is another copper node here. Weren't there 3 here? Did I tap both of those? I don't think I did. And there's another one. It's under the building? It's right here. Why did I do that? Alright, I guess we're not using that one. Cause there's... No, I'm making 200 copper powder per minute. Yeah, 200 copper powder per minute. Because those are slooped. So 600 copper ignats. Which is a lot. And we're doing copper alloy, which is an interesting recipe that works where we are because there's iron and copper sitting here. They're just normal nodes, though. So that node is like right here. So I actually could... have a miner there. And then we kick it out of the back of the building. I need a lot of sheets. And I think I'm going to do steamed sheets. So instead of 20 for 10, it's 22.5 for 22.5. That's kind of my plan. So we need 25 sheets per minute for AI limiters. And 22.5 sheets per minute for heat sinks. So I need like... I'm going to need 50 copper sheets per minute. I can do it off of one refinery. Which means I need 50 copper ignats per minute. Which turns out one foundry can do that off of copper ore and iron ore. So if I drop a miner there for that copper, there's more iron here. Or I bring the iron around and leave this factory alone. I missed this corner. Oops. And we come over here. We ship the iron all the way over here. And then we set up here. Because then I can break off of this line and do another train station there, loop back and tie it into that rotary. Probably the best bet. That's probably the answer. So let's pull off of this foundation. Just so we have a height match. So then it would need to be like out here. Yeah. That was me yesterday, Mort. No rhyme, no reason, just terrible. So, brains are dumb. How? Anything up here? No. How do I want to get that iron over there? We can... Is there a wall on that? Oh, yeah. There is. So we can just run this adjacent to that. Like so. This game sometimes. Boom. How much are you putting out? 120. Oh, right. These are just normal nodes. So a Mark II miner max OC is only 120. I mean, I only need 50. Oh, no. Never mind. It was... I only need 120. It was way more than that. I just can't read. Alright, so if it's only 120, we can do a Mark III belt. I wonder, should I just tap both of those and send 240 over there? Stripey. Right? That's what I'm thinking. Do-do-do-do. Those will end up trapped inside. Once they rehatch, they'll end up trapped inside. So we'll have a little display box for giggles. All right. So those are coming out. And we're going to send those all the way over here. Maybe I'll wrap around the outside. Around the outside. No, I think I'll leave that other. So I'll run the iron this way. I now have more of a zoo in this game than I had in Planet Zoo. That's correct. Okay, well, you guys are annoying. So by running it here, if I need more copper, I can tap that copper node there. And then run it along this line. So we can tag it because it's right there. So we can tag it and put it up on this run. So you there, drop it down. Or drop it down on the front, either way. So then it'll run this way. This copper node, which I don't think I'm going to be able to tap from all the way up there. No. New. Okay. Make sure I have floating space here. Very important. It's very important I can maintain my floatiness. Alright, let's get those belts run over. Where's my Xenobasher? You heard me. You heard me. Ow. Not supposed to fight back. Alright. Got all my tools and stuff pinned to the top there. Did we just murder local fauna? Yeah. Why? Yeah, I guess I'll do a floor hole. And away we go again. Ooh, wait. That needs to go to the outside because it's going to be joined by the copper. This is a long belt. Maybe we'll run it to there. So the station... The station's going to be here. You lined up? No, you're not. Why would you be lined up like that? Freight platform. Freight platform. That's got to move forward a little bit. So where is that? That's half C's on that one. So full Z's on that one. Why? Can I do... Alright, so that has to go back one nudge. So if I put it right on that line, I can nudge it over one. Right on that line. Nudge. Good. Rhoda, how's it going? They added a straight mode for belts. So when you're putting down belts or anything else, there's the build mode there that you can see listed. And if you hit R, it toggles the build mode. So there's default, straight, curve, and default. Pipes has default, curved, horizontal, then vertical, straight, 2D. There's a couple weird ones for pipes. Mort. Everyone dislikes necromancers because they think they're evil. Realistically, people should be pissed about them because they're just lazy healers. Thank you for the biddies, Mort. Noodle. That's the other tube one, yeah. There's also noodles. So let me back these belts off. Yes, so when I'm doing corners, I use straight mode and it will make it a 90-degree turn. Boom. Boom. Well, that's annoying. So no matter how, so if you have like an input that's here and an output that's here and you do straight mode, it'll do 290s to connect it. But it'll typically go the furthest it can on your first length and then do 290s to connect. So sometimes that like causes weird clipping issues. And if you connect it from the other way, then it'll make the long side the other way. So there's different ways you can fiddle with it to get it to do what you want. But straight mode's been an incredible addition. A genuinely incredible addition. Makes clean, nice looking belts much easier. Ooh. Oh. Whoops. Whoopsies. That's not correct. There. There. And there we go. Okay. All right, so that means I need... I'm going to be making how much? I need at least 50 copper sheets per minute, right? So I need at least 50 copper Iggy knots per minute. I kind of want to double this. What is this base? So if I do this at 20, then I can do 5 refineries. And not have to use power shards on everything across my entire factory ever. So we'll do... Hang on. I gotta write these numbers down or I'll forget. draw a new box to put these numbers in. So we're going to do 5 refineries, steamed sheets at 20 per minute. Which needs 100 ignats. So, 100 ignats using copper alloy is 50 and 50, and we get 100. Easy peasy. And then we'll have pretty good scalability off of that. So, yes, that looks like a giant... That's the same guy smoking that did the screw factory that looks like a box of screws. If you didn't see that one, he also has a copper wire factory that looks like copper wire. I have no words. I have no words. The only thing I have is respect for the patience required to do that. Alright, so right now we're going to do one refinery, or one foundry rather. I'll leave room so that we can split these if needed and add more. So this will be making 100 copper ignats per minute. You know, the first time when that recipe comes up on the alt recipe, it seems real dumb. However, when you really drill down into it, it's like the same as just making copper from copper. Just the production rate is way higher. Like, it's 50 for 100. Yes, you also need 50 iron, but there's so many places scattered around, like this area, that have, like, bad... These are just normal nodes, but you don't need a lot. It's copper alloy, so it's 50 copper, 50 iron ore. 50 copper ore, 50 iron ore makes 100 copper ingots. But there's so many places, like over in the grasslands, you have impure nodes where if you only need 50, then you can make 100, you know? Like, you can get a lot of copper out of that. There's also, isn't there an iron alloy recipe too? I'm guessing that's like the same. Did I unlock that? I don't think there's tempered copper or no. Yeah, iron alloy is different, but still decent. That's 40 iron ore and 10 copper ore for 75. So if you have an iron ore node and then a impure copper node nearby, like that's 40 for 75. Even pure is 35 for 65. I'm going to grab that one while I'm thinking of it. Iron alloy. I never thought they would be decent. But one normal copper node and one normal iron node is making me 200 copper powder per minute. Why isn't it outputting bronze? Solid question. Because magic. Alright, so then I need 5 refineries. Which means I think I need to go 2 more. Probably 3 more either side. Get that out of there. Isn't that just a copper alloy? Well, yeah. All right, so this is outputting 100, so we're going to go out to a splitter. Now we need refineries, right? Because yeah, 20 for 10. So if these, it's 20 for 20 doing this. That is significantly better. Okay. So 5 of those. 5 refineries. No, we need space because we got to bring pipes up. So then 2 on either side. So this is steamed sheets. Underclocked to 20. So we need 20 water for each of these, so 100 water. So one extractor will be enough. What is iron bronze? It's iron and bronze. I hope that helps. Iron gold from Red Rising. I really wish I liked those books. I really wish I could get through the first book without wanting to hurt somebody. You know? Because they seem like they're okay. What do these need? These only need 20 each. But, can't do it. I just can't do it. Mark 1 belts from these. About done with Project Hail Mary. That's a good book. 100 into there. Yeah, so we'll just do 3s across. Wanted to get it read before the movie comes out. Nice. How do I want to do the water extractor? It won't fit underneath. I'm not tall enough. I could just put it on one side or the other and pump it straight in. And be boring. I could nestle it over here and then run it underneath. Which would help me make structure on this side. I think I'm going to do that. So if I put this here, and then we run it under that guy. That's got to bump back slightly. Can it bump back slightly? Well, actually doesn't have to. Oh no, not boring. Listen. It's important, Bob. I don't need your sass about it. Okay? This is important business. Very important business. Muy importante, as the kids say. Bro, really? Thank you. We do not say that. Charlotte, I have some deeply tragic news. I didn't even say anything. I didn't even say anything. I was just pointing out that I may have some deeply tragic news for you. That's all. Apparently, they don't say anything. So I'll just mind my business. Go about my day. Free from shenanigans. Let's split you here, maybe? Why won't you work? You jerk. Oh, you know what I could do? Hang on. I could probably do this. You go to there, and then you're gonna have to go like that. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So then you are gonna go there. You are going there. You are going there. We'll need another hanger. Where did I put that one? Like right here. Okay, so then you go to that. You go to that. You go to that. And you go there. Okay. Once again, wish that I could mirror the friggin' refineries so that those pipes are identical instead of being shifted. But whatever. We apparently live in a world of nonsensical whimsy. Probably a mod for that. Maybe. There's mods for lots of stuff. Doop, 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 doop. Okay. That's... Then we're putting out 100 copper sheets. So we're going to have a merger right there as the final outbound. We'll need a merger there. A merger there. Yeah, I don't have any desire. So many people have mentioned, like, when I complain about stuff like that, they'll say, like, oh, you know, there's a mod for that. Cool. I don't have any desire to use mods in this game, which is weird because, like, I can't play Stardew without mods. You know, there's some games that I legitimately cannot even engage with unless I have mods going. But with this one, I find a whole lot of fun in working within the constraints of the vanilla game. Like, would I love to see being able to mirror machines? Yeah, that would be awesome. I would love to be able to just mirror the machines. I don't think that is I don't think that's a ridiculous ask, right? I don't think that's too much. That should be a fairly simple ad. Nothing is fairly simple, but of the things that I've seen people ask for in the game, that is among the relatively simple ones. I'm going to box this off because we can, if we end up needing more, I can add 2 more refineries or 2 more foundries, and then we can overclock all of these to scale up our copper sheet production. But 100 copper sheets per minute should cover us for a while. XY Zoop, yes. I would also love that. That would make factories. So that's like zooping, you can only zoop in one direction. You have to pick one. I'd love to be able to go out here, like right click or something, or hit H to lock the hologram and then zoop that way. That would be cool. Okay, let me go turn on... Oh, I have to finish connecting the iron. That would help. Let me go turn on the iron. Zoop like Zoidberg, yeah. See, now we have a little display case. Because they're trapped. Bloop. Suckers. Yeah, being able to slap down 10 by 10s, that would be cool. That would also be cool. Like, I guess you could, like, what's the blueprint maker? 5x5? The big blueprint maker? You could just blueprint 5x5 chunks. But they don't, the problem with the blueprint maker is they don't really snap together that well. They snap together a lot better than they used to, but they still don't really snap together all that well. Which makes that kind of a moot point. Or a moo point, if you're a cow. And you have an opinion. Mm-hmm. Alright, iron, go. Iron, get.
Creepy stream because my dad's a little...
Wow. Yeah, we don't always have to bring her into this, you know? Saying. Just saying. Da, 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 da. Don't make bad jokes. It's a Friends quote. Bump. Joey says something is a moo point. And Chandler says, did you just say a moo point? Yeah. You know, a moo point. It's like the opinion of a cow. It doesn't matter. Which is hysterically really accurate. You know? Stand by my original statement. It's a good joke. It's a good joke. Do 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 do. I've been living with him for too... If I've been living with him for too long, or did that just make sense? That's what makes it funny. That's the difference between, like... It's kind of like, in Critical Role, right? There's a reason why Travis's character in the first series of Critical Role, Grog, there's a reason why he is a favorite. It's because he's really dumb, but you have to play dumb intelligently, if that makes any sense. Anybody can just be an idiot. But to do it correctly takes some work. You know? It takes a little something extra to be able to do it with real style. You need to be dumb in a way that doesn't piss off the rest of the group. Right. Oh, they're terrible people. Like, they're all awful people. It's one of Wifeboat's comfort shows. You know, she just zones out and we'll have it on in the background. They're all like just horrendous people. His character was funnier at the beginning, yeah. Well, the thing that happened, Smokin', and I maintain this, that show would have died out if it wasn't for Phoebe and Joey. And they really, like, they ended up really having to play up Joey's part because every single storyline that started happening, like, after season, like, 3 is just really, really, like, it ends up being, like, rather heavy. They lost some of, like, the whimsical plots, and they get a little too heavy. But then there's just, like, Joey and Phoebe just ground it a bit. Otherwise, it would have really, really gotten out of hand. Not that it didn't, but it would have been worse. Yes. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of that trope. Hernie, thank you. How do you not fall down more? Okay, we'll let that queue up and then we're gonna connect. See, I have a really hard time with Gilmore Girls, Bob. Because it is... I don't... Gilmore Girls is white propaganda. They closed down like all of Iowa last night. What bar did people go to then? Joey spelled ple with sticks so the helicopter could see it from the air. So Chandler says, oh no, no one, that's not going to make any sense. Most of I-80 was closed. It is, you know what's interesting, Paint? Is that 80 is the same 80 that goes through Jersey. Like, whenever they have storm forecasts, right? It's like the 78-80 corridor. I'm just saying. It's just interesting because they're fairly flat latitudinal. It's an interstate, right? That's, you know what? Never mind. I was just trying to make an interesting point. But I'll just be over here being ignored. You're lost now? Yeah. Yeah. It's just interesting because people don't really think about that a lot. Is all I'm saying. I want Doug to explain why Hawaii has an interstate. Let me guess. Am I going to have to put pumps on here? Or are the floor holes not working? How much you want to bet? The floor holes aren't working. Because that's way under 10 meters. Dover, Delaware is the only U.S. capital that is not on the U.S. interstate system. So... well, yeah. Meanwhile, Trenton, New Jersey is a perfect representation of the systemic racism of the interstate highway system. Yeah, the friggin' floor holes are not working. Why are floor holes even in the game, bro? Riddle me that. Why even have floor holes? Why do we land on Trenton in every tug stream? Great question. Now I have to delete them and redo them. And hopefully they will work. The first one started working, and now they're working. Bro. Look, punk. Yesterday it was... Yo, your floor holes are broken, bro. Look at this. Wait, will that work? Oh my god. Perfect, no notes. That is functional. That is functional. Kind of looks like a pressure release valve. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. We'll put another floor hole in, and maybe this one will work. It won't. It did. Yay! Magic. Through the magic of television. Alright, so then I gotta get track running. And then I gotta put a roof on. When we talk about 20 and 30, we worry about other states connected to it, because by the time you're in another state, you're in a completely different biome. That's fair. Anyway, the point I was trying to make about interstates is, do other states use the interstates as like dividing lines for weather systems? Because in New Jersey, the 78-80 corridor, because 78 and 80 are like 20 miles apart at some points. So there's like a corridor in between the two of them, and that's typically the dividing line for storm systems. So I'm just wondering if that holds true in other places. Is where I was going to before I was so ruthlessly mocked. Yeah, 95 gets used a bit, but it's difficult because I don't know if you've driven through New Jersey on 95, but it doesn't really exist. It does exist in the fact that it isolated Trenton from Princeton and therefore white people from the others. And other than that, it changes from 95 to 195 and 295, but then also there's the cord and one, and then I don't even know how you stay on 95. I don't think you can stay on 95 anymore. You're on 95 north, you end up going south. Because it stops. It stops, Nerdin, and now I think you go to the Parkway. I think it takes you to the Parkway. I don't even know anymore. They fixed it now, sure. It's even worse now. I don't know. They've been working on it since the 50s. So I don't even know. I haven't tried to traverse. I don't recommend anybody take 95. If you're traveling through New Jersey up the coast, don't stay on 95. Don't stay on 95. There's better ways through the state. Like they made an exit on the PA Turnpike, and 95 runs from that interchange over to the Turnpike. Right, and then the Turnpike takes you up. So if you're, genuine tip, if you're passing through New Jersey, number one, budget tolls. There's no tolls to come into New Jersey, but if you're leaving, you're going to pay. Buddy, are you going to pay? It's like, what's the Hudson River crossings are like $14 or $17 now. Like, it's not cheap. That's why we're still here. Don't take 95 through, because the 95 is going to take you over to the Turnpike, and that's a nightmare, and that's also a big toll road. You want to cut through to 287. As soon as you cross 95, right by Trenton, you can hop on 31 or 206. And then go north to 287, and that'll take you out of New Jersey via the Tappan Zee. It's ridiculous, Bob. I remember when, in the late 90s, I was going into Manhattan for work frequently, and right when Easy Pass was rolling out, and Easy Pass, every 5th crossing was free to get people to adopt Easy Pass, which was great. Sure, my GPS AI knows best. Yeah. The GPS will take you... The GPS will take you across the George Washington Bridge. And if you want to put that evil on yourself, go right ahead. You're welcome to it. That's where you end up every time. Yeah, no. You don't want to cross there. Who's that bridge named after? I don't know. Some guy. You want to go out to the one pass through New Jersey, and your easy pass needs to reload. Yeah. Yeah. The peanut butter guy. Yeah. You want to go up to the Tappan Zee, which is still the Tappan Zee Bridge. It has no other name. There is no other name for that bridge. It is the Tappan Zee. Any other referenced name is hearsay and heresy. We'll do panel window. We can just stay on this route and ignore GPS. Adding an extra 40 minutes to the trip. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's why you don't go that way, Nerdin. I will... Listen. I'm telling you. You need to angle for the Tappan Zee. It will make things so much easier. You get on 287, which is lovely once you get away from the shore. Just say Staten Island. Yeah, don't take 287 the other way. 287 south puts you on Staten Island, and you don't want that. That's not where you want to end up. Not one bit. Budgeting to fly down for every trip. Probably easier. That's probably easier. Alright, there's... Yeah, tilted wall. I don't think I've ever used these. Sure. Wow. That's something. Are those only in concrete? No. Oh, okay. Wait, so let me swap these to fix-it walls then. It's like a little turtle shell. Okay. Do. Boom. There to there. We're gonna close this in as well. Alright, let me get the tracks going so we can get this shipped. Oh, wait. I got it. Ooh. I can just bump that out and change it. I don't want this to be in the first one, I don't think. I gotta go look at my trains and see where I'm at. Let me wait for the copper powder train to come back. So I'll do a little work on this stuff first. Ring, how's it going? Happy Monday. Where's my powder train? That's the Plasper train. Powder Express is arriving at the station. Alright, good. Don't I normally have music? No. I do not. Sometimes I have the boombox going. But, no. Yeah, you just have to deal with my dulcet tones. Exactly. Exactly. So, let's swap that to a... let me make the wall a little taller first. We'll do some winders. Copper because copper. And we'll do a Mark II double. Right there. So then you're going to go to there. Delete you. Connect you. Here comes the powder train. Don't think the 4-meter roof is going to work. No. There's my ride. All right. Let's ride over. I got to figure out where we're going to deliver these sheets, and then I'm going to buffer out. We will buffer out what we're doing there. I'll probably put it into the 4th one. I think the plastic and rubber. Need delivery catapults? No, what we need is blank freight cars. Is what we need. Freight cars that, either that or just make a toggle on the existing freight cars to block loading of that car. Because when you have a lot of trains going into multiple stations making multiple deliveries, you end up, it's really easy to end up getting mixed products in the freight cars, which is annoying. Oh, neat, Nerdin. Yay. I saw somebody, and it's probably the best point on AI that I've seen. They were much older, and they said, this feels very much like when spreadsheets, computerized spreadsheets, really started like hitting the main line. In that, it was, everybody was worried, you know, anybody can use spreadsheets, it's going to take away accounting jobs and all this stuff. Why are we stopped? There we go. It's going to take away accounting jobs and all this stuff. And all it ended up doing was increasing productivity, which means all those people who now have to use spreadsheets are expected to do significantly more work. So it didn't increase the efficiency. It increased the efficiency of work by forcing people to do more work. It wasn't something that ended up saving time. It's something that the bosses saw as you getting more time to do more things. And that is probably the best explanation of what's going to end up happening with AI tools. Because, you know, all things aside, there are some things that it can be very good at, provided it is trained on the right information. If you have a small set of information that is, say, unique to your company or your specific task or job, then it can become quite good. It can excel quite a bit at doing that. Okay, so if I do the 3rd one, so 2 blanks. So we want 2 blanks and then the 3rd one on R4. It's just going to end up increasing the expectations of everybody, like, at the end of the day. 3rd one. So R4 station, 3rd one. It is completely reliant upon the training material, Nerdin. Like, The problem is that people with too much money have invested too much money and are not seeing a return on it. So then they're pushing through all this stuff to try and get it to be used in more places so that they don't lose all their money. And this circle jerk of reinvestment, and I'm going to give you $100 million so that I can buy $100 million of your stuff and then give you $200 million and then you give me $200 million. Like, that cyclical circle jerk of money exchanging hands and never really exchanging hands is what is causing the issues, because now all those people are like, wait, we're not actually getting anything back. Money's not real. That's also a fun realization. I mean, if you really boil it down, it's not, you know. Money is necessary, though. Like, if you've ever looked at the history of civilization and, like, what happens when you have a small community, when you can just exchange favors for things, like a farmer who makes wheat and you need wheat for bread, then you can, like, you know, take care of their animals in exchange for enough wheat to make your bread. But then at some point, as the society grows, you're not going to have anything that the farmer needs in exchange for their wheat. So then you end up giving them like an IOU for work later on for something that they might need. And that essentially becomes a currency. But it's the problem is we live in a society. Yeah. I have 3 kids and no money. Why can't I have no kids and 3 money? I mean, yeah. All right. What did I say? We're going to R4, and it's going to be the 3rd one. So I got to slap 2 blanks down. Can I put blanks down without a station being there? I can. One, 2. And then a station. Okay. Yes, I took a break, Paint. An hour and a half ago. But I did take a break. I did! I did. Sheets. Alright. So then here. Whoa! Ow. We're gonna go that way. I'm gonna need some power. Prefer Wawa, man. If I make a water shipping station, we'll call it Wawa. I don't know what we could do for Buc-ee's, though. I'll have to workshop it. Ow! Just ate a Sheet's breakfast sandwich. Nice. Well, I guess it might actually be okay. You had a sandwich from Dunk's? How come that works, but going the other way doesn't work? It's real annoying. Alright, hang on. Let me break that. Let me break this. That's gonna break the train, unfortunately. This needs to be a 90. Which is there. Then you come to there. And then you can go there. And we're gonna have to signal that, but we'll work on that in a minute. The chickens seem to be non-existent. Maybe they got the CEO to try it. Do-do-do-do. Alright, so then we need a 180. Because I don't wanna make another intersection over there, so we're gonna swing around and reconnect yonder. I mean, I had to change elevation, unfortunately. It's kind of unavoidable. But if you do the 2-meter foundations, it's not bad. Even a fully laden train will survive. There we go. Okay. That now has power, so that's going to start filling. Let me get some signage going here, so we don't have any collisions. I should be able to pull these back. I'll try. Alright, so block there. Path there. Path there, block there. And that should work? Yeah, looks like we're working. So then, when something comes into the rotary, something else can't come in until they clear there, which is fine, because then it'll be the same thing coming back. Just expand the intersection instead of having so many different stops. Okay, so let's make a train. And send it on its way. Got an insane bacon, egg, and cheese bagel a week ago. It was so good. I got one of those the other day. And they're always good. Well, it was pork roll, not bacon. But that's just a product of where I live. A delicious, delicious product of where I live. What is pork roll? Delicious is what it is. Traveling to New York on Thursday. Really looking forward to a real deli. Bacon, egg, and cheese. Yeah, buddy. Don't have time for your sass, bro. Taylor ham. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's Taylor ham. Taylor ham's the brand. So if you're a simpleton, then obviously, you know. What's Taylor ham? Delicious. One of those pig bonfires that spins in a circle for an hour? Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. Excited for 1.2 experimental? Yeah. I don't play experimental. However, I am excited for 1.2. I'm excited to see what's in it, and I'm excited for it to hit live. I'm most excited for the possibility, the hints that have been dropped about a like long-term game mode where they randomize the nodes on the map, which is something that I've been talking about wanting forever. And if that happens, that'll be fantastic. Is 1.2 going to have mirrored foundries? Well, not foundries, but refineries, yeah. Or just be able to mirror every building would also be cool. At least ones that are asymmetrical. Similar to salami, a spiced cured pork meat with different spices. Yeah, delicious. Post-its, Velcro, Tupperware, Band-Aids. What is pork roll and why is it basically only found in New Jersey? When my father-in-law always tells a story of when he went to college. He went to Illinois. I think he went to Illinois briefly for college. He brought a big Taylor ham log. It comes in a log. And it's like wrapped in canvas with some string. It's solid. But he brought a whole one because he found out they didn't have Taylor ham there. So it's a log. Yeah. Yeah. A log of meat. Yep. Yep. Hook and... What is it? It's hook and something, Kappa. Hook and loop. Yes, there we go. The non-branded Velcro is hook and loop. There you go. Fluid trucks and tractors. Really hope they do a full overhaul of fluids. I don't... They... Jabba, they said... I don't think they're doing a full overhaul. I think they're tweaking fluids again. But boy, does it need it. I mean, like... You know what I mean? It could... Fluids could use a tweak. There's lots of hook and loop options. Different types of Velcro. For different strengths. Made out of different materials. They could definitely use a tweak, yes. Or they could just redo them completely. That would also work. That could also work. All right, we'll wait for that guy to come back because I gotta redo the vertical bus over here for those. Since these conveyor lifts have been breaking just as much as so that's going to be this one, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah. These keep breaking, and I'm really annoyed by it. Have I mentioned that? Have I brought up the fact that it's really annoying to have to redo these? At least once they have product on them, they seem to still work. But if you leave them without anything flowing on them, they just seem to break. And it's real annoying. Now, the ones that have product seem to be fine. It's the ones that don't have product yet that are breaking. Anyway, with vertical splitters, if you haven't been here before, the entire genesis of this big factory we're slowly working on is using vertical splitters to make the entire, well, the front section of the factory a vertical bus. So these are all loaded with product. So then what'll happen is we'll have all these components. So then if you need something, if you need to assemble something, you'll have access to it on every single floor. Which is really fun. Except when you set it up weeks ago, make sure the belts are correct, and then the conveyor lifts just break. So, and then you have to redo it every time you plug something in. It's fun. It's good times. It's a good time. Factory's a funny word for a wall. There's a couple walls. There's a couple walls. We're getting there. All right. We're getting there. We just got to make sure we got everything going. You know? It's important that we have stuff all set up. You know what I mean? We're getting there. Once we get this filled in and we get machines running, it's going to be impressive. To someone. Mostly me. Sounds like your eye's twitching. Well. I mean. So, if you weren't here for that, hey, look, the new train has that bug where it wants to be dismantled. If you haven't been here, we have 20 freight stations on either side of the center there. So then we have all of those feeding down into a horizontal bus. So we still have 3 more that we can plug in on this side. Oh no, more than that. 7 more that we can plug in on this side. And those all run over to our vertical bus, which goes all the way up to the top of the factory. Which is neat. And once it gets going, it's going to be cool. So I need to plug you into there. What I'm going to end up doing as well is I'm going to throw mergers on here And I'm going to loop these back into the mergers. So then it'll just create a storage buffer for every product as well on this floor. And then over there once we start plugging those in. So it'll be good. We'll have access to grab everything we need. We can also drop some dimensional depots on the end. Well, move the dimensional depots from over there to over here once we get everything moved around. So na 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 na. Originally the Rocket Chemical Company, but a new CE changed the name to WD-40 after the product. Well, that's dumb. That's like... That's ruining your future through specificity. You know? It's like when you start a company, people tell you not to be overly specific with your company name unless you never plan to expand or do anything else, you know? Come on, train that's slightly trying to be dismantled. Roll out. Why are you not rolling out? Oh, because you're going into this station. That makes sense. That could be a slight issue, because that's copper powder circuit boards and sheets going into the same station. Might be alright. Doo-doot. Did you just say corned beef? When? Oh. Oh, tomorrow is St. Patty's. I just realized. Yeah, corned beef tomorrow. That just made me happy. Peachy Queen, good morning. Yeah, buddy. Love corned beef. Had it last night at your parents' house? Nice. Corned beef's so pricey outside of March. Whoa, 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 whoa. Going to a pierogi cooking class tomorrow. Nice. Alright, let's go put the finishing touches on this copper plant. Now we got lots of sheets being made, which was kind of a holdup for some other stuff. So, we got that taken care of. So now we're gonna fix this up. Only ate corned beef and carrots? Nice. You're allergic to beef? Ooh. Ah, yeah. The exposure like that can be super negative. So I'm sorry you had to go through that. I mean, that's basically my deal with bananas, right? So Doot. 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 Let's do just a flat. Guess I could do a copper roof. Huh? Ate seafood? Yeah, I mean, growing up, spending a lot of time where I did, I just don't like, I can't have anything fishy, man. Anything that has a fishy smell or taste, just, no. I'm out. Mm-hmm. Come on. There we go. Okay. Once again, we arrive at how do we enclose refineries? Because of the pattern combat, I don't like those boxes. They're fine. Like, I've also done, like, I've done the boxes and then you can alternate, like, boxes and no boxes. But I like smooth walls. I don't like the random texture. It just bothers me. Same thing with these. So if you're doing multiple of the basic walls, it adds those black lines in, which I also don't like. Whereas if you just do the 1 meter high ones, it becomes smooth, which is what I did in the other factory. Okay. If I go up, like, I can do those here. What? Bum, 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 bum. I never know how to close these in. They're so awkward. Like, also, can we take this? Listen, Coffee Stain, if you're listening, take this. See this thing? Just scooch it down here. Okay? Take that and scooch it down here. Just scooch it down. Just scooch it down. Just take that. Scooch it down. Please. See that? A little green light. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. I think maybe I'll leave that open. Oh, you know what I can do, actually? Instead of that, I'll do this guy. Because then those boxes look like they serve a purpose. So then, pretty sure. I can just do that. And that. Yeah. That'll work. That'll work for me. There, and... there. There. Well, that worked out. That looks nice. Alright, so then let's add some non-copperized texture here. That, so then we'll go diagonal. Diagonal. Alright, so then you go on the corner. You go on the corner. Not that way? Yeah, that way. That one will get a cap. The rest of them are okay for now. Ooh. That will also get a cap. Jakes, thank you for the raid button. Appreciate that.
Right? And what was her sister? A princess! The Wicked Witch of the East, bro! You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong?
Am I wrong? She wore a crown and she came down in a bubble, Doug. Grow up, bro. I wanna cross here, right? Yeah. Yeah. How was your stream? What'd you get up to in Satisfactory today? Thank you for the raid. Hi everybody, my name is Doug. We're playing some Satisfactory. I am doing some finishing work on a copper sheet plant that I just added over here by... That's making copper powder. Now I'm making copper sheets here, and that's getting shipped over. So I'm just making it not look like a floating platform now. We're doing alloy. We're doing copper alloy, so we're bringing in iron and copper into a foundry because it's 50 copper, 50 iron to make 100 copper ingots, which in a lot of cases is not a great deal, but where we are over here, if you're familiar with the map, the oil fields are down here. So we're just up here. There's 3 normal copper nodes and 3 normal iron nodes. So that allows me to make a lot of copper up here. To this day, I'm still not sure what her coming down in a bubble had to do with the princess argument. Princesses travel in bubbles, Dilly John. What do you want? Trying to wrap up a rocket fuel tower. Oh, nice. Only doing 40 gens? Nice. That's what I have over yonder somewhere. Or underneath the arch. That building right there is 40 gens, I think. And we're working on a new we're working on a new factory over here that's still just walls. I got my 40 gens there. We got some more stuff here, some batteries. Got plastic and rubber going there. We've got... What am I making there? Circuit boards and then another 10 gens off of that. But we're working on this new factory. The entire genesis of the idea is this front wall that you can see, those lights, are all vertical belts. So we've got 40 rail stations underneath down here. And those 40 rail stations are leading into 40 vertical belts. So we're creating a giant vertical bus up the front of the factory so that we have access to every product coming into the factory on every floor. So there's a vertical splitter on the floor level and on the ceiling level so that anything we need, we can just tap and start producing things. So that's what we're working on. So we needed copper sheets. So we came back over here by our copper powder and have started getting copper sheets going. So we're doing steamed sheets off of the copper alloy. Take care, Jakes. So now I'm just making this factory look less factory-like. Or more factory-like. Less box... Less floating platform-like. We'll go with that. Hello, Viz. What's going on? Welcome in. Looks like it belongs on the riverside next to Bear Mountain. So then that. We run one to there. We run one to there. Connector on that one. And then we do some crisscross will make you. The Daddy Mac will make you. Alright, let me throw caps on those and then we'll work on the foundation. Oh, I gotta put a roof on this guy too. That would be good. How's the person staying alive? Coffee. That's all you need. I have it on good authority. That's everything you could ever need. Stop making references only I would get. No. That's your job here, Bob. Your job here is to understand my references. No one else will. Alright? If you didn't want the job, you shouldn't have signed up for it. And by sign up for it, I mean shown up. And by shown up, I mean I'd still mention that you would get the joke even if you weren't here, so don't think you can just tap out. Was I supposed to say jump, jump? Yeah. Yeah, you were. You can leave? Funniest thing, I want to say it was like 8th grade bump. Kid had his He had his jeans on backwards and they were belted like mid-thigh. And he was trying to get up the stairs to the to like the 3rd floor of the school and just bit it and fell the entire way down. Incredible. Absolute cinema. Still remember it to this day. So remember, kids, if something embarrassing happens at school, everyone's going to remember it forever. Do I remember that kid's name or even what he looks like? Absolutely not. Do I remember that moment and will I remember that moment until my dying day? Absolutely I will. Okay. We got that. We got that. So let's support. They moved to a different school the next year because of it. Jeez. That's kind of brutal. This guy. That. That. Yeah. Boop. Boop. And we need half-C's. Oh, I messed that up. Oops. Like that. Okay. And we'll do... that. Handful of kids got in a bad car accident about a block from the high school. One of them didn't. Jesus. Made a joke about it. Had to be removed from the class because the students tried to beat him up. He became a pariah, apparently. Ugh. Yeah. There's like lines, man. Okay. So we got that. Then I need to make some more supporting structures. So we'll do block in the corners. Mm. There. 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 Okay, so then I want to add a pillar in the middle, but I think I'm going to do a double. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Yeah. You know, I'm just gonna leave it. Okay. Train platform. Oh, I started early. That's right. I forgot. That's like those big like hair clips that women wear. Yeah. The big clampy ones on the back of the head. Ask anyone who's worked in an ER or an OR if they still wear those in the car. I'm going with they do not. Nightmares about that very thing. Yeah, that very thing 100% can happen. Has happened. the question is, do I leave that or do I come back through and fill them? I could fill in between the pillars. Hello? Well, that looks kind of neat. Kind of like that. Yeah, that way. No, wait, I gotta do the other one first. Inverted. This becomes the tedious part of the process. Is this a new fear unlocked stream? I really hope not. I'm quite good with my current exhaustive list of fears without needing to add new ones. We all have anxiety. Yeah. Not the best place for that kind of conversation, I will say. What do you mean you won't ever get in a car again? Whoa, 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 whoa. Do I change these materials? Asphalt doesn't really change it. No, that kind of defeats the grip metal kind of defeats the purpose. I could do coated concrete, which will make it shiny. I will make those asphalt though. Never getting on a trampoline. Trampolines never seem like a good idea. That is fair. That's like when Wifeboat worked at a Trauma 1 center. Right off of 80 paint. And where they medevaced motorcycle accidents to. What's 80? I don't know why. I don't know why I put up with this anymore. There was just a plush teddy bear in there. Yeah, just fill your vehicle with stuffed animals. It'll be fine. Whoa. Let's finish this. Then we're gonna do frame wall here. Frame wall there. I have no idea how that started. Number one, I have gotten a ticket before because I have a little thing hanging on my rearview mirror. It's a little carved piece of bone that is like if you cut this much off of like a Bic pen, that's the size of it. That's what's hanging in my rearview mirror. And I got a ticket for that one time because you're not allowed to have anything on your... It's dangerous to have things on. It obstructs view. And then you see people with 35,000, a pile of rubber ducks on their Jeep, and it's like, I was there for the quota day. Let me get... There we go. I'll just do that. And then that. Actually, I'll just do that. Oh, come on. Get on there. There we go. Cruise ships do the whole rubber duck thing. They got associated with exploration and adventure. Well, then it became a thing like if you drive a Jeep and you see another Jeep, you're supposed to leave a rubber duck on it or something, like on the windshield, so they can take it. And then I don't know where it came. I know where it came from. Moo Moo Subaru? No, I don't want to hear of that either. You got mood? Big Rubber Duck is behind it. Well, now, what's it called? Funko Pop? Funko Pop's, like, not doing well financially. Turns out, when you make collectible toys that all look exactly identical, people don't really get super into it. Now they're making rubber ducks. It's like the Jeep thing, but with cows. That just sounds like an Iowa thing, Paint. I gotta be honest. Anyway, now it's not the same company, but now there's a company making commemorative ducks. Maybe they saw the Iowa plate and they were like, oh, they probably like cows. No, it's an Iowa joke. Because all there is in Iowa is alcoholism and farm animals. And corn. Incorrect? Way more pigs than cows. Well, clearly, the good folks in Illinois don't understand that. I got mood in Illinois sounds vaguely dirty, right? Not really vaguely. So much as definitely. Your town sometimes smells of crunch berries. I mean, that wouldn't really be weird though, Paint, because New Jersey is the Garden State. We are a state of farmers. You know? So... you know, state of something, a state of disrepair. It's that's just my personal life. Honestly, that just sounds like a Subaru owner somewhere wanted to be included and made something up, is what that sounds like. Yeah, that's basically the Wifeboat shirt, you know? Only the Lifeboat shirt's a little more explicit. As is Wifeboat. It's not technically explicit. That is correct. That is technically correct. I gotta build up the station. I think I might do something like this. Over there. Again? Maybe. I don't know. It's so that you can pencil in. It's like a Mad Lib, Nerdin. So you can just pencil in what you want it to say. You know, the one thing, Jovial, that has made me slowly convert to using like Google and Apple Pay is that it obscures your number. Like it generates a one-time use number. And since we have started doing that, we have not had a card stolen. And we used to be like twice a year. The bank would call and be like, hey, did you just get like Slim Jims and gas in Kentucky? No, we did not buy $200 of Slim Jims in Kentucky, Mr. Bankman. but thank you. Thank you for thinking of me. But no. I did not have a hankering to snap into a Slim Jim. Let alone $200 worth of Jimothy Slimothies. Which is their legal name, if you're not in the know. Niece goes to a tech school for part of the day, but apparently they'll be closed on Friday, and the high school is saying the tech kids all have to go home. They can't stay at the school until the end of the day and take the bus as normal. That's annoying. The Polytech programs here, they'll just like stick them in like one of the theaters or something for the rest of the day. Where can we put them that they'll be ignored? Ah, this'll work. Based on your purchase history, we believe you did in fact buy $200 of Slim. Maybe I'll bump this out one to make it even. Just so that it's symmetrical. Okay. How do I want to do this? I mean, I'll put supports underneath. That's Dilly John. I don't know if you were here, but my daughter's school, my son doesn't have school today, and then my daughter, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they don't start until 10 a.m. It's like, what? And they told us Thursday last week. That's when the notice went out about it. Because the seniors are doing some testing, so they want to have the best environment possible for the testing. And that means no one else can be there. I guess. So they don't go in until 10 a.m. Which is really annoying. Like, that means, so, like, I have to leave to pick her up around, like, 1-ish. Like, 1:15. That means I get home, like, 10:30. That means I have about 2.5 hours, and then I gotta leave to go get her again. It's super dumb. It is unfortunately true, Scuzzy, yes. Not just, it's not just standardized testing, but they do unit tests. So, like, they test the kids when they start a unit, before they know it at all. So they test them on something that they have no knowledge of. And then they test them again at the end. And then there has to be certain improvement percentages across the class in, like, yeah, anyway. IRL stream from the car playing on the Steam Deck. That'd be kind of fun. I don't know how I could do that. Can you plug it into your... I don't even know if I could do that. So there's a cheeky way, if you haven't seen this, there is a cheeky way to get walls to be on an angle. Because you can snap walls to these road barriers. So that's a cheeky way. If you ever need walls on a 45, you put down road barriers, then you can snap the wall to the road barrier. And then you got walls on an angle. Gave you more notice about it? We had no idea if your niece hadn't said something to us. Yeah. That's, like, I understand, like, particularly with high school, I understand that, like, the kids should be the point of communication. The kids should be responsible for ensuring, you know, they have rides and all this stuff. But, like, there's also the fact that they're not super good at being responsible about that stuff. So maybe also let us know, because apparently the kids have known about this for a couple weeks. And like, my daughter told us at the beginning of last week, and I was like, okay, that sounds weird. I don't know that I believe you. Maybe we'll wait till we hear from the school to know for sure. And then we did hear from the school. But like, it's just a weird thing, man. Like, I don't know how I want to close this in. Via this communication app. Yeah, the notification spam is really bad. Like, we had a situation where the superintendent of the lower level schools ended up having to resign. And the interim superintendent started using the, like, text notification system for everything. And it was awful. Like, like that's also how they notify us about, like, snow days and stuff. So I can't, like, turn it off. I need some of those notifications, but good God, can we just, like, calm down with that? It was horrendous. You have to balance the notification spam with things that you actually need to know. Real annoying. I have a tornado watch? Wait, really? I know there was a high wind watch. Oh, yeah. Big red bar. Neat. We get those probably like twice a summer, right? But with the terrain around here, like, it's not a concern for where we live, because it's so, like, we're basically in the Appalachian foothills. So, like, the ones that have touched down around here have, like, they, like, dip down on top of the hills and then... Yeah, getting one in March is a little disconcerting. That's fair. In service days or whatever? Yeah. That would also be nice. They don't sometimes they'll send out a reminder if there's like a delayed opening or something, or a half day. They'll send out a reminder for that, like the day before via the text system. But not always. I don't know what my plan is here. I'm just kind of putting stuff down. Don't really know what I'm doing with it, though. A link to a PDF they posted online. I only want texts if it is critical. Email, like, I get 4 or 5 emails from the school a day. Like, most of the stuff could just, like, send it to email. Critical stuff, changes in school schedule, things like that. Text is fine, but, like, limit it to that. Otherwise, it's just exhausting. Like, a day? Yeah. 4 a day is about normal. Right, that's this year. It's around 2 per day per school district, because the high school is technically a different school district than the middle school where my son is. So I get 2 a day, around 2 a day from the high school, and around 2 a day from the other district. Yeah, we had when we had a blizzard in like 96, we got like 30 something inches of snow, and my mom was convinced, like, she didn't check to see if school was canceled, and she's like, I didn't hear anything, so you have school, so go. I mean, to be fair, I was problematic, and it was always an issue getting me to go to school. So when I was like, I'm not going to school, there's 30 inches of snow outside, she made me go. So then I walked all the way to school, uphill both ways in the snow, and there was like 2 janitors there shoveling out the front entrance, and they were like, what the f are you doing here? The rolling lists on the TV Guide channel. Yeah, there was a state of emergency. All there was a banner that just said all New Jersey schools are closed. Like, full stop. But it could have not been my school. You never know. School ended up being closed for like 4 days. It was great. Me and my buddy went around shoveling everybody's snow. We made a couple grand, like, per day. I couldn't tell you this. I remember one thing that I bought with that money. I bought a compound bow and a bunch of arrows. And then we walked over to Channel hardware store and got a big thing of sheetrock. Like, walked over, carried it between the 2 of us, and then he laid down on the sheetrock like this, and we got a big Sharpie and made an outline of a person and leaned the sheetrock up against trees in the woods behind his house, and then just shot it with the compound bow. Things that would get you reported now. Yeah, same combat. We would run the woods behind his house backed up to a school, and we would be just like bombing through those back woods, full camo, paintball guns or airsoft guns or BB guns, like full on That many emails from anyone would make people just ignore the emails. Yep. Yep. I glance at the subject, and if it is like, because like a lot of times they're from like the PTO, or they're from like, you know, this fundraiser, or there's a play, or there's just, ooh, nice, Nerdin. Yeah, we would run through the woods, then we would run into town, then... You've 100% had soda bread, Charlotte. It's just quick bread with baking soda. It's typically kind of dense, but, like, it's just quick bread with baking soda. They can be quite good. Instead of having to let it rise. There's no... It's Irish soda bread. Is what it is. Yeah, there's no yeast. You don't have to wait for it to prove. You don't have to wait for it to rise. It just has baking soda in it. And it does that. Just do a Google. Don't listen to Tug try to explain bread to you. Okay. I really don't want to close this whole building in, so I don't want to close the whole thing in. So I'm just going to work on the foundation. Sorry, I spent the last, like, 10 minutes just floating around back and forth trying to figure out what I'm doing, and I don't want to do that. Self-rising flour, yeah. Quick bread is just flat bread, sure. Mm-hmm. Well, just don't put a lot of baking powder in there. It's the same thing, Jovial. Come on. Trust me. Why are you... Wait. Like a banana bread. An identical... It's not, though? There we go. It just didn't like that the road barriers were there. Mm-hmm. I mean, the entire point of that was so that I could get these under there. stop listing out delicious things. But he said banana bread. So that's false. Try that banana bread iced latte. Oh, thanks. I'm all set. Okay. Let's do some supports underneath. Add some sports under here. That would be an interesting ad, you know? Maybe we could get that to work. Never know. Racquetball court or something. Oh no, I need a one of these. Hey. That looks like garbage. If I do this down here, hang on. Yeah, that's gonna hang out unless I do like. Hmm? Okay. Can you grab my... Thank you. Yeah, I've gotten yours before, so... Oh, right. It should be fine. Say hi to Wifeboat for us. Nerdin says hi. Nerdin says hi. She says hi just to Nerdin. To no one else, though. You all say hi? That's unfortunate. She only has well wishes for Nerdin, so... Yeah. Yeah. The nice ladies say hi, so why are you typing, Charlotte? Nerdin is pretty great, despite what I think. What did I do? Oh, what if I put this here? But then that won't really... work. Maybe... That looks really bizarre. It's like a beak coming out. That's quite bizarre. I mean, if I just squared this off, it would solve all my problems. Wouldn't it? It would. So I'm going to undo all of that I did. Because I'm dumb. And we'll just square it back off. Alright, so then I gotta move these guys. Each. Is there a corner? Nah. We'll just do this. Do. Oops. Wrong way. What if I swap that for that? So then two... If I do half-seas, I might have to... If this works, I'll have to blueprint it, because I don't really want to do this all over again. Although it's not particularly ridiculous. Why doesn't that come down flush with the... Why? Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. 1 second. There, sorry. Why? But why? No. The game. I want to know why. Why the game? Why? Oh, could I just use this piece? Oh, that's why. Okay. I'm good. I've recovered from my idiocy. Ish. That's how that works. Okay. There we go. Much better-ish. Right? What if I just did big honking corners of these? Bro, don't start. No. Girl. Don't start. Don't start. No. You were just sleeping nicely. Just because mom left doesn't mean you get to be a brat. No. Go see your brother. This'll be very chunky, but it's a big train station, so it'll work. See, hello. Happy Monday. To deal with tug every... Okay, I take back everything I said. Alright? I take it back. I take it all back. You see, that doesn't work. Is there a... That's the outside corner, right? Whoop. Why is that so much bigger? And the curve's not even matched. started playing Pokopia over the weekends. Now Lifeboat wants a Switch 2. Which... Eesh. I should say, she wanted to Switch 2 until I pointed out how much they were. And she was like, oh. Used it almost every day since Christmas. Is better than it has any business being. I don't really have any temptation for it, given that I've never played a Pokemon game. So I don't really have that FOMO at all. What if I do... Ooh, I can make these, like, really chunky, huh? Huh. We're going full brutalists. Fire Red and Leaf Green just got re-released on the Switch. Those are words. So like... Here-ish? Okay, Grandpa. Listen. If you want to poke your mans at night, that's on you, okay? I'm not here to judge. Koomst. You kids are poking. Feels like you're judging. I'm not judging. I am not judging. That's a lie. That's a strong statement. Since when? Okay. This is turning into quite the construction. Update on the new child starting. He graduated college in 23 and all his jobs have been full remote, so he's never worked in an office before. Got to hear his full life story twice on calls now, and he's so excited to be in the office. What a peanut. Wow. I mean, I really do... Listen, Combat, I kind of want to nudge them in so that I can just, like, finish it off. But what I think I might do is, this. Because then I'm gonna do... this. Put some lights on the pillars. Yeah. Yes, this will end up being like just beefy columns, and we could put some road lights on top of it, as was mentioned. Or, too big. Wait, which way does this face? That way. Okay. Hang on. Don't have the heart to tell him. Now connect power. Well, the power connects down there. Yeah, the power connects down there, so I'll just run power underneath. That's not a problem. This is my work nephew. Yeah. Wait, let me get rid of this one. Why are you flipping through all those? I want the 2-meter one. Yeah. Boom, boom. Oh, I guess 1-meter one then. No, that'll be fine though. Should I do that? Or should I leave it half-seas? Did say something you've since forgotten. Just, if he says something you don't understand, just write back FRFROG. And then you'll be good. French frogs. Yep. Yep. Yepers. That's exactly right. Never write 6-7. You need to introduce him to Twitch. Mm-hmm. Damn. I forgot I was supposed to text Wifeboat something to remind her. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Correction to age range here. The oldest, I think, just turned 91. Comes into works for free because if he'd not, he'd be bored and lonely. That's kind of sad. We do so well with 18-year-olds in this channel, yeah. Nope. Yup. Okay. I'm gonna make a save there. So I'm gonna keep doing this. We'll have the support pillars and then we'll have these light stations on each one. And I may end up doing... The other thing I was thinking about is these pillar frames around them. Up to there, and then running across to each other to make like a big frame, basically. Like that. So we'll do that over here on this corner, and then on the other side, and we'll call that done. All right. Well, I didn't get as much done as I wanted to. We did get the water tower thing is at least functional and assembled, and we did get sheets are being produced and shipped over. So I mean, we didn't get nothing done, but I'm just about out of time, and my son wants to play a game with me before I have to go get his sister, so I'm gonna dip off and do that. So as I mentioned, the rest of this week is going to be weird because my daughter's school doesn't start till 10. So if we have a backwards stream tomorrow, it might be not until like 10:30. And then we'll have a little shorty over there if we do that. Wednesday, hopefully Wifeboat will be home in the morning so she can take her in. So we should have a normal stream on Wednesday here, and we'll continue with our Satisfactory fun times. And then Friday should be normal. So it's just really Tuesday, Thursday that should be messed up. So we'll see. All right. Have a fantastic rest of your Monday, everybody. I will see you bright and early Wednesday morning for more Satisfactory. So until then, as always, as ever, remember, be good to each other. Bye, everybody.